Testing. Welcome to episode 133 of Beauty Magazine. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Our story takes place in the year 2008. At that time, the magazine is 10 years old. In the year 2004, the publisher that we had was bought out by a different publisher, and our magazine was merged with another magazine that was bought out. And because of that, it's not the same magazine as our founder, Beatrice Ullbright, wanted. And she's had struggles keeping her vision and keeping her enthusiasm going. And so, in any case, in our story, we have Sims 4 gameplay. We pretty much we go around and do. We've got our 8 different main characters here. So we've been kind of doing little bits of story for all of them, and we kind of rotate around, and on any given day, we could be at one of their houses and doing, who knows what. Some of them are engaged, some of them are trying to raise infants or toddlers. There's all kinds of things going on that has happened in the past 132 episodes. And along with that, we have the story of what's going on at the magazine. And but yeah, we have gameplay. Occasionally we do some building. And sometimes I'm on this flipHTML website, and I use article ideas and things from the game to make what the cover and inside of Beauty Magazine may look like. So here's the April 2008 issue, the one that we've worked the most on. The articles are fake. Any article that I've actually written anything or, it's all fake. It might have, I might be basing it on actual research, but it is not intended to be a real magazine article that somebody is supposed to be taking advice from. So, like this lady here is using a punching bag. Just because I got an article in this fake magazine about hitting the punching bag and all that, doesn't mean I'm trying to get people to go do that stuff. If you're going to do that stuff, make sure you go talk to the right people. A gym trainer, your doctor, you get the right equipment, etc., etc. So, just because you might hit pause and read whatever I wrote there, doesn't mean it's legitimate information. Okay? I'm not responsible if you hurt yourself. Okay? That's the bottom line. This is a fake magazine. Period. It's a fake magazine. Just like this is not supposed to be a channel for people who are not... This is not a kid's channel. If you're a kid and you're watching this, well, I wish I could say I'm kid friendly, but I'm not. I do swear and there are adult themes because this is The Sims and it's a magazine meant for women to read, not young ladies. So yeah, if you're a kid, you really should have mommy or daddy over your shoulder watching what you're doing, because this is not the kiddie area of YouTube. It's not. And, anyway. So yeah, that's our pretend magazine that we make. One of them, anyway. there was an update from EA today for the game. Not only some sort of patch, but they also have one of them events, the weekly event type things. They had the time traveler one a couple months back. Now they've got one called Nature's Calling. So we've got the follow Whispers on the Wind and unlock new woodworking and nature-themed rewards, including a new reclaimed woodworking table just for logging in. Okay. So let's see. We got looks like a wall pattern, a brick pattern. Maybe those are logs. I can't tell from here. Look like maybe some glasses. A chair. Maybe these are craftable. An outhouse. It's so funny. Of all the days to see an outhouse. Oh man. What's funny about that is I was thinking there's a quote from the movie Roadhouse. Calling me sir is like putting an elevator on an outhouse that don't belong. And I was literally thinking of coming on here today and like just going on a lot and putting an outhouse with an elevator and just calling that lot sir. And the fact that I log in here today of all days and they have an outhouse. But I won't be able to get that until like a couple weeks from now. But that will probably remind me when I finally have access to that outhouse. We gonna put an elevator with that. Yep, we're gonna have an elevator. Looks like some magazines that come with that. I don't know if that's like that might be like the milk cartons. But anyway, so that's the event that is happening. And then let's read through the patch updates. It says the update for PlayStation Xbox ran into issues and will be delayed. I'm on a PC. Okay, so they fixed an issue with the bathroom and Allure kits, and a routing error with fishing spots in Solani. Okay. There's a toggleable on-screen guide for new players to access through the Emily guidance to quickly reference game controls. Improved goals UI elements to streamline player experience through various situations, events, holidays, and discovery quests. Okay, that sounds like something different. Performance updates. Lot loading times 10%, frame rates, performance on PCs, and optimized processing, threaded rendering, graphical bugs, okay, fix the kleptomaniacs from being able to steal things they weren't supposed to steal yet. And that's the thing they already talked about. Oh. A song had the wrong version. They fixed the bathroom, a toilet. Okay. Alright. Okay, so just a few kit errors that they've fixed. I love how they quickly do that, yet they probably haven't fixed Bust the Dust yet. I wouldn't know because I haven't really looked it up, but well, let's look it up. Well, that's an old question. I was hoping to. That's 2 years ago. That's 4 years ago. I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about mods and crap. I want to know that it's not broken still. Well, we'll test that at some point. Okay, so let's load the game. Let's look at the game and, so I don't have anything, on this screen. Let's see what happens when we go back in here. I don't know if the event is started yet. Although that might be one of the things where it just kind of, I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, that don't even start until next month. Okay, well. Fine. So, oh wow. That's different. Move the camera, rotate camera, control time. Wow. Wow, that, it looks like there's like a lot less clutter over here or something. I don't know if that's the way it was or not. It just looks like there's it feels like there's something missing over here. I could be wrong. Now here's the question I want. Like, are they ever gonna do anything with this? No. No, they're still not gonna let us have a bigger scrolling area. So, we're at the house of we're at the baby boom house. I'm just gonna flat out say this is the baby boom house. This portion of our magazine story is based on the baby boom movie. Dana has inherited her niece Sydney after the rest of her family died in a fire. It wasn't the fire that killed them, but it was a faulty oven part that had toxic fumes and smoke coming from it after the stove caught fire, and they died from breathing that in. And that happened in Arizona. And in that town, we have a firefighter, Sim, who is doing an investigation into that because she grew up working in an appliance store, and there was a recall on that particular part that was in several ovens and such, and it was supposed to be recalled and fixed, and there's still a lot of people out there that may have that part or that part with a different name, or whatever the case may be. But in her portion of the gameplay, she's investigating that and trying to help people get that fixed and repaired who may not have known about the recalls. Okay, well, can I turn that off? Um, okay. Alright, so we got rid of that. Because otherwise, that would just be sitting there being annoying. mean, it's nice for somebody that hadn't played the game before, but I mean, I've been playing frickin', these Sims games for years. I don't need to know all that mouse movements and stuff. It's just in my way. Alright, so when we gotta get her to sleep. She's angry. She wants to sleep. So when I came back to this house yesterday, all the jams that I had been making and canning are no longer on these shelves. Now, Dana was spending time in that other house for a while, so I don't know what happened, but when we came back here, I mean, I still had Beth and Sydney here, but for whatever reason, they disappeared from my shelves. And they're not in any inventories. So we're going to need to redo those because that was kind of important to my whole baby boom story. You know, it's supposed instead of the applesauce, we've got the apple jam. Congrats. Now, I would like to at some point try out the Bust the Dust thing just because, pisses me off, but I've never really gotten to play that. But I don't want to deal with the stupid dust bunnies. I wish there was a toggle where it's like you can just have your house get dirty and not have to deal with an actual creature. That's bull. I mean, it's bad enough we're gonna, got to deal with monsters under the bed and stuff like that constantly happening, and the stinking aliens constantly bothering us. But I don't need dust bunnies. I mean, if you're gonna have dust bunnies, how about we have like squirrels and things walking around? You know? I want the option to go outside and feed a squirrel. Or, toss bird seed at the birds when we're in Brindleton Bay or something. Alright. Oh, and then Cody's visiting, and so is our repairman, who's made quite a few appearances here. He's visiting. We got our lights turned back on. That was important because we're we didn't have our bills paid for a while there, so this house was dark. I mean, I don't know if I don't know where our stuff went. I mean, we got a cowberry jam, but you want to make that one first? Yeah. Oh no, no, I want. Wait a minute. What the hell? Why was Beth involved in that? Try to give her something a little more house in the country-ish. Some was it gingham? All right, Beth. I want you to do something. Storyteller, muser. I mean, what's your skills right now? Comedy. Maybe have you work on your joke. We got microphones here, right? Yeah. Work on your jokes. Cause it's good to have some jokes when you're behind the chair. You know, don't have to be all gossip and all that stuff all the time. You know, a little bit of jokes to keep your clients entertained, I guess. You know. Where you at? Where you at, Dana?
Espina. Whistle. Oh. Whew.
Alright, well, we're out of cowberries now. Alright. Huh. I didn't know I could do batches. How many aubergines you got? One. Okay. Alright, before you do that, let's have you go to, seriously, do we have a klepto come through here? Because I could have sworn I had a computer there. That must be what it is. We must have had a klepto come through here when I wasn't looking and swiped everything. Oh, we can't afford that. Well then, well, we don't have any money. Oh yeah. Damn it. I don't want to just sell stuff that way. I want her to have to earn it. You know, it's supposed to be a little bit of Alright, look, let's just make the apples and get it over with. Okay? We know that we had one shelf of each one before. Let's just redo the apple. We don't have 1,000. You kind of look like Lucille Ball there, you know. There's something about you. You look like Lucille Ball. You got some splaining to do. See, here's the thing. If I click make a donation and I don't have that money, isn't that going to give her, like, I mean, I don't know if it does or not, but I'm thinking maybe there's a chance that I'm going to get, like, negative fame for bouncing the check or something. It's like, oh, sure, you know, say you're going to donate and then you can't.
Fuma. Tribna ukswiva. Imbo. Brapna quasnerch.
Yeah, in that case, let's go ahead and we'll sell the extras the next time we do a yard sale. Or, I mean, not extras, but we'll sell them, period.
Tribna, Hamplin, Fuma, Larn Barange Peniel, Hispagan, Brapna Quasner, Blashar Bin, Gribbo Harfahana, Pankamel, Banji Deish, Teish, Fuma, Tribna Ukswiva, Imbo, Killiligumba, Fwizak, Pankamel, Vimpa Vint Fabane,
Grinza.
Zarble, Hispanoch, Zip.
Infinite. No. This was hoping, but nope.
Robo. Jump, jump. Yep.
Oh, wow. It won't let me grab those anymore. I literally have to tell her to place them in the world. Oh, I'm out of sugar. No sugar tonight in the coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea.
About you threw her. Yeah, ma, who could say?
Nibs. Dramon.
Whistle.
I'm not gonna like play this to like fill this whole thing tonight. I want to at least have some on the shelf just to show that that's what we were doing. We did have the thing like either close or almost full before. I mean, she gained all 10 of her cooking skills doing this stuff. It does go fairly quickly if you're doing the canning.
Ah, the floor beast of Swaby.
Oh, that's right, I had you gardening. Well, it is windy though. This might not be a good idea. Yeah, that's enough. Well, no, we're gonna use up the sugar that we've got. That's when we'll stop.
Bangira. Oh, bless him. Hey. Oh.
You're hungry. Okay. Well, Beth, let's give this girl some food. What do we got in the fridge? We got any cake or anything to give her? No, nothing. All right. Well, we'll get her some. We'll get her some applesauce. Let's. Get her some applesauce. She needs applesauce. Well, okay, you're gonna put it in there?
Bon and Grobby? Oh, yes.
Oh, flabby for sure, Sherzag. Shima for say. Yes, Visa for Shiva
Tranjala Jabi and Zirko. Flurba?
Cutie patootie.
Goby go.
Okay, well, we ain't got no money and the stove's out of whack. No more cooking with that one. Break up to make up. That's all we do. If you love me and you hate me, that's a game for fools. Wake up to make up. That's all we do. You're not even listening to that right now. No, I'm not. I just randomly started singing that. Cause this thing was breaking. It's a breakup. It's like breaking up with us. It's like it's had enough. Yeah, if anybody missed any of my earlier episodes with this particular house, this house is based on the house in the movie Baby Boom with Diane Keaton. I built this house based on that. You know, you can go back to the, find some of them episodes around the time that the thumbnail had this house in the picture and, watch me building on it over a couple of episodes. Okay, we still got 5 sugars.
Kimba Darfy. Yebu Honka. Bazik. Bazik Bazur. Rix. Schwabi Koiba. Dravois Nerzi. Warb. Pongi Defui Nunich. Tranjala Jabi and Zirpa.
Whoa, baby, for sure. Like, whoa,
Chankina, Russia. Floy Masharnu? Aw, yo-yo. Gloin.
Oh, she's already got movement skill. Doesn't matter, I can have some fun dancing.
Ooh, Schwabi. Oh, yes. Vroom.
Oh.
Nakanur. Yashi. Oh, Yumba. Yakana Dimple. Ron Showy. Wasoda. Want a fish? Oh.
Woohoo! Sona! Well, no.
Ombiva. Nakanur. Luchi.
Cool.
Heavenay.
You won't.
Sepane Gofa. Pipitan Ogawa.
Well,
Rafa. Secret. Booma flown. Oh. Oh, okay.
Jamaica. Ruby. Bądźna. Nie.
Well, that's too dangerous for her because she's only got... I mean, level 3 might be enough to do that, but no, we're... given what happened to her family, there's no way she's doing this. Okay, so you know what we're doing? What? Yeah. Normally, we would have to have money for this. But we're going to have a visit from somebody. Alright, Amanda, you come on over and visit for a little while. Our firefighter slash repair lady. Oh, wow, you ain't got no money. No. Well, we don't need the money if she's repairing it herself. That's the thing. She's going to repair it and upgrade it or whatever. You know, like, pretend to upgrade it or whatever.
Grabolhina, Gasha Quibs, Orba, Himna Vazib, Ah, Cleva Zart.
Whoa.
Okay, what is your problem there, hubbub dear?
Stubborn.
Wixona Zarspa, Penthip, Vabris, Zubul, Funa, Luchi Peachy.
Even known as Sanguinario.
Larkin Moosh, Yebu Ponka, Pazi, Inja, Jovi, Brakna, Bweevi, Bazoo, Grobble Nerksderi, Farm, Pongi de Fui Nutch. Grobble Hina, Himna Pazi, Gasha Fwibs, Gorb.
Oh, Chippy.
Hobby
Evanor.
Fromage.
Yabagoo.
Nerkska Shararg. Ibawachinosa. Purple. Untale Kanapa. Oh,
Funu.
Sigluna Rule. Bekanje Yitka. Goribine Unkim
Funu.
Lamina. Kwar. Bergaba. Ufa.
Funu.
Wasabis. Oh. Wixona Zarspa. Penthip. Vabris. Chibi. Chabina.
Alright. I will be right back. I'm going to go get my coffee warmed up a little bit, because you would do that, wouldn't you? I don't know why they say replace something when I can't go into build and buy mode. It's like, I mean, there is no replace. Unless I'm missing something. Anyway, I'll be right back. Pardon the noise. I'm just trying to get some of my garbage out of the way. I don't like being lazy all the time. Okay, so I would like to at least finish off that sugar that we've got, you know, and do the rest of these until we don't have that sugar. Then maybe do a yard sale somewhere. Is there a flea market coming up? We got romance tomorrow. Hell no, we ain't doing no prank day. Get the frack out of here.
Sawani Jaka. Narfa Yesu. Wadi Zor. Wandisa. Panarse. Waxendor. Yesamba Pony. Yabi Bazor. Wabana. Adisa. Zaf. Rosla Nagar. Huh?
Bon and Gravi? Oh, yes. Great, nice. Zopi, Vabo, sick of flesh. Free but nigh flu.
What are you putting it there for? Okay, so 2 more sets. Ah, well, that's helping. She wrote books. And, well, there's her royalties, too. That's okay. I know. And then Beth has a video.
Floy Masharnu? Aw, yo-yo. Oh, Pomeray! Ooh. Oh, Rabobi! Oh, Sorgo, Una! Meku! Cardini! Nana Tenda! Oh, Doy! Ooh, Slay! Glitchy! Oh, go, Riz.
Yeah.
Kwamba Suba. Doyum. Da baste.
Oh, Lucy. Langy.
Oh. Woohoo! The door. Storbendu. Yekla. Funu.
Let's go ahead and like make the other ones just so we have something to sell.
Bevamoy. Bevamoy. Anarga Pomere.
Oh, that's right. The other one was the egg or cow plant.
Oh, Bangira. Uh-huh. Grash, Barbahoy, Narshkol Smeba. Wasoda lo yim wibisu maiba. Shazoluparim pasaga alamain. Wasoda lo yim wibisu maiba. Shiben mitwo yaban zaruzis. Ufra. Lurvy.
Stulay. Abinor Fene Spanu Letame. Napa Wava. Narfa Yesu. Wadi Zor. One Faza. Boisa. Ya Norfa. Flomor. Bagoni. Funo Suna.
Penerfula Bay.
Okay, what do I want to do now? I don't know. Okay, that's the only ones living there right now. So we kind of got to move somebody over there. Oh, yeah, Ellie and Abby. Yeah, well, nobody's supposed to know about Ellie and Abby yet. I know. Did we seriously not save a copy of them? Or am I just not seeing it? Oh, there they are. The Stewarts and Baileys. I think I made him just so I could do like a Christmas build or whatever a couple years back. I was doing like I had a chill and build thing where I was like trying to build Christmas themed things. I did like trying to do some like parade floats and stuff. You know what? While we're at it, let's go look at that. Let's just go look at that real quick. Yeah. See if I can find it. If I saved it. I mean, I probably saved it, but... Yep. Winterland. Okay, yeah, here was the, this was supposed to be Santa Claus's, float at the end. I'm from the, Detroit area, so we've got it was the Hudson's department store parade for most of the years. Then Marshall Fields bought them out. And then Macy's bought them out. But Macy's already has New York. So I believe we had Art Van, a local furniture store chain that started doing parades and fireworks and stuff. And then they've recently gone, out of business. So I forget who took over, but might have been Ford. Actually, I think Gardner White might have taken them over. That's the other furniture company. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I'm not a. This would, again, it was a chill and build where I was just seeing what I could do. I probably had the snow turned on, but, or maybe I didn't. I don't remember. Oh, and then the other part of Winterland. I remember now. I was attempting to build the George Bailey house from It's a Wonderful Life. It was probably frustrating me because certain things that I go to do I can't do, and so I probably got frustrated with that and stopped messing with it. What's his name? Lumberjack. Okay. I'm just so clever, aren't I? Lumberjack. Alright, that's enough eating. That's what I get for buying something to eat. Can't stop doing it. Okay, who are you and where did I put you? I had to have come up with you. I mean, I probably put you in one of the magazine things or something, but I think. Oh. Cheyenne coffee. Now I gotta. That sounds like somebody I had in mind for something, and I'm like, now I don't know what. I mean, it's probably somebody for one of these, one of these magazines or something, but maybe that could have been the before I had Chantel Rice. Maybe that was gonna be the owner of Flamingo. $123.25. What was I doing on $123.25 with this particular story? Okay, that would have been that day. So who the hell is Chantel Coffee? Or Cheyenne Coffee? Was that maybe an advertisement lady or something? Like, damn, we're going all the way back to the first episode, if it was even part of the episode. That's Jocelyn being. Hey, look, let's watch Jocelyn be born. So that really is 4 months ago. February, March, April, May. Yep. February, March. 4 months and 4 days. That's how long my series has been going. Although technically, this was our first episode here, so maybe I created her during this. No, no, you know what? I think I know what might have happened. What might have happened, because I wanted like a group photo or something. I think maybe I made her just so I could have her somehow take a group photo. Although the problem with that is I already had 8 Sims. So Misty, you're gonna go here. Beth, you're gonna go here. And Cody, you can take up the rear position. Oh man. Have I really been going this long? Wish I'd have known then that, how much I would actually have played this. You're already there. Let's follow Beth. I don't know where she's at, but... Oh, some of them are already in the... Yep, there's my conference room. Some are also eager to get to work. They're already working on their articles and everything. Okay, well... Alright, we'll follow Cody in since she's last. No, actually, we're going to follow, let's go with Caroline Diamond. Sweet Caroline. Yes, there goes Beatrice walking the catwalk. Oh yeah, this one was cut short because it got to the 11 hour and 40 something minute mark, and I had to stop it. Don't fall off. Look at that. 103 people have looked at it so far. Or a couple of people have watched it more than once. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe you're a little too close to her. You're still too close. Yeah. And 2 people other than me have given it a like. So. Alright. It's not just me. So, right? Pause. I'm not the only one liking my stuff. Main editor-in-chief character. This is Beatrice Ullbright. She's the editor-in-chief of Bea uty magazine. We have Dana Frost, who is about the same age, maybe a few years younger, but she's a friend of Beatrice. They came up in the magazine biz together. Dana Frost is the one that does the fashion articles, and she's still got connections to go talk with celebrities and all them, you know. She's got the schmooze rights. She can get in places. So she's still valuable. But she's also struggling because she's getting older. You know, she's got a little bit of that fish out of water thing going on with the... Damn, Misty sure did slim down. This is Misty Miles. She writes the relationship/sex articles. The woohoo. This is the administrative assistant, executive secretary, whatever you want to call her. She's the right-hand woman to Beatrice. This is Jocelyn Lattimore. She went into journalism and such. Not necessarily journalism, but she went into things for becoming like a an executive assistant and all that, and didn't necessarily want to go into the magazine business, but here she is, and this is Cassandra Elaine Powers, the fitness writer. For those of you who are perhaps not as old as I am, I'm 48 years old. I named her after 2 songs and also a fitness place from the 80s. She's named after 2 songs by the group ABBA, Cassandra and Elaine. And then there used to be a fitness place called Elaine Powers. It just happened that The Sims gave me Powers as a name, and I went with it. This is Sweet Caroline Diamond. She writes about the food, whether it's the diet stuff or other food or, she's the food writer. And then here's our photographer, Cody Polar. Oh, and there's the big W. There may or may not be something buried under it. We have our catwalk on the outside here, and our garden type catwalk here. I will do this really quick so we can see them. We have our upper dressing room, our bathrooms. We're working on the lower dressing room and storage area and other household facilities because, we're going to have to live here. Then there's a gap this is the art gallery floor. In The Sims 3, I put like art gallery paintings and such, sculptures. I was using it as an art museum lot just so I could have it, have people come to it. I haven't organized any of this stuff necessarily yet because I just got Moschino today. That's the thing. I think this is the other one from, Get to Work or whatever, or Get Famous or whatever it's from, but I'm slowly getting things organized. These things came with Moschino pack, so I tried those out in there. Here's Beatrice's office. Okay, we are at 11:46, so the conference room here. Yeah, so I gotta call this because I got about 4 minutes till this video cuts off on YouTube. For the most part, when I... Alright, so... Testing. Welcome to episode 2 of Beauty, the Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. I'm just trying to refresh my memory and stuff on some of these things. Yeah. Remember where I came from so I don't forget where I'm trying to go. My thumbnail is not... want y'all to be able to see the whole thing. Or at least that much of it. Anyway. Yeah. So it's a struggling fashion magazine. This takes place around, say, just before 2009. You know, when all the not the stock markets, but the market collapsed. You know, everything all collapsed and everything. The housing market and all that. So I'm thinking that's when this is going to take place. Anyway, before I go any further, right after I ended last night's episode, because it was nearing the 12-hour mark and I had to, I took my Sims into the room with the photographer studio thing. I think it's the one that comes with Get Famous or something like that. But I used it to take different pictures of the characters that I had made in yesterday's episode. And then between then and now, I edited each photo into its own cover. So here is a... Let's see, I think it's this one. This one that I'm... I hope this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. So I turn them into a little slideshow real quick. So this is Beatrice Ullbright, the founder and editor-in-chief. This is Jocelyn Lattimore, the managing editor and deputy editor-in-chief. Yeah, both titles. I'll get back to that in a minute. This is Dana Frost, the fashion editor, longtime friend of Bee's. Beth Birkenshire, she's the beauty and hair editor. This is Caroline Diamond, Sweet Caroline. She's the food editor. This is Misty Miles. She does the relationship and wellness and woohoo advice and all that. This is Cassandra Elaine Powers. She does the fitness articles. And this is Cody Poehler, the photo director or chief photographer or, anything photography related. As we're going around here, I'm going to talk some more. When I was looking up the title of, the deputy editor, what are they called? These two things were, I was asking, what's the difference between the two? And there's slight differences. So it's hard to find which one I wanted to use. So I decided to go in with the story that she's both. Somehow she became both titles, and somehow Beatrice has worked it out to make sure she's getting compensated for doing more than one title. But we'll get into that later. But yeah, okay, so let's stop that. And then I made this. Let's see. Okay, one moment. Put them all together. I'm gonna go warm up my coffee really quick, and I'll be right back. Okay. And then we'll do a little bit more nostalgia and see where we've come. Maybe skip around to some of the other episodes. Okay. And we're back. And given that I'm not very experienced with doing things like this, I'm really a rookie. I'm shocked I was able to make this. I mean, it's not. Again, I'm not an expert. I'm a novice. Don't be expecting, And I'm just using Microsoft Paint to do this. The photos were made using that photo gizmo and with the backdrop, and then I just adjusted the lighting intensity and colors to cause it to make the different color covers. The backdrops. And then I had to get the poses. That's one thing that was getting a little tricky. You have to keep waiting to see what pose they do, and then I was trying to get them all to have different poses. For the most part, they've all got a different pose, but I ended up Dana and Cassandra both have the same pose, and then Beatrice and Cody both have the same one. But that's okay. I love how this turned out. This is the kind of stuff where if I can figure out how to do things like this, I can see myself putting a lot more effort into this and actually virtually making magazine pages and things. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, we have our 8 main characters. As time goes on, I will probably add more because, there's other characters that I'm going to need. So they'll have to live in other houses and be brought in and out as needed. So let's get into the game. And there's the all of them. And then Cody's wearing. Wait, is that Cody? Yeah, that's Cody wearing that. Two things really quick. I'm still getting over cold, flu, something. I'm still coughing a lot. I apologize in advance for that. And I'm out of cough drops now. Second, my laptop is on a card table. So when you hear these creaking noises, that's what it is. It's my laptop, it's me leaning on it, moving the table. I apologize. I sit on my bed and use this card table. That's my computer setup. As you can see, when I left off, I had Misty take a picture of Cody because, Cody took all the other pictures. But, somebody got to take her picture. But I also had a picture with her wearing, I didn't give her this outfit. It was one of the ones that I almost used this, but I wanted to show that she was the photographer and put her in her other, more everyday outfit. But I thought that was a pretty cool, you know, for her to be wearing for like formal or who knows what. So put you back in your your work outfit. So to those of you who are more knowledgeable and all that, you know, some of you out there might be wanting to nitpick something, you know. Look, I called them all editors. Maybe they're not all editors, maybe they're writers, maybe they're something else. If I'm using the wrong titles for these people and all that, I'm sorry. Just, you know, bear with me and indulge me, because if I get a bunch of people nitpicking this stuff, I'm not going to make it at all. And you know, I get discouraged easily. I'd really like to keep working on this, so unless you're, you know, if your comment's not meant to be helpful in any way, don't bother. And if you're you know, well, I don't want to say that, but anyway, just you know, I'm doing this for me, you know, so that I can get a reason to play The Sims. But at the same time, if it inspires somebody else to do something, if they want to do this better than me, if they want to do their own version, I don't care. I hope you do. I'd like to see something else to watch. You know, I want to see some more people try to do some Sims gameplay, something that I can watch, because I'm not finding it. You know, it's hard to find something that I want to watch. You know, and then it makes me want to make it, and then I get discouraged thinking that I'm not good enough. So here I am, trying to throw the caution to the wind and just not caring that I'm not good enough, and I'm just doing it. So I'm very I like what I'm doing here, and I want to do some more. So bear with me. Now, I apologize if I need to apologize, but these first few episodes and whatnot, there may be a lot more building going on than actual gameplay. You know, that's what the, you know, speed, you know, when you're watching the video on the playback, you have the option of skipping ahead and looking to see if I'm actually playing something. You know, that'd be cool if somebody actually, you know, rewatched it or watched it at a later time and was able to, you know, I intend to have that for you. I want to have some gameplay for you, so. You know, I want to get to the point where there's pictures in these frames. I want to see something. Is she able to put... Does she have pictures in her inventory? Cool. So she's got a picture of... that looks like one of the picture of Caroline. So she could do that. She could do that. That's cool. See, that's kind of what I want to do, is I want to, like, find out the different things I can do with this. Okay, I want to be able to, let's see, can I drag one of these and put it in a frame? Cool. Now that I like. Alright, we're going to have fun with that at some point. Okay, so while we were doing the slideshow and all that, I was talking about how on her cover, Jocelyn Lattimore here, she's a very young, like college age, and I think story-wise, what I'm going with is, you know, she's probably one of the youngest, like, second in command at a publication like this. I mean, I'm no expert on that. I'm just, story-wise, I'm saying that. You know, I can only assume in real life that they wouldn't have somebody her age suddenly being the, you know, executive assistant or deputy chief or... But there's some things going on with Beatrice here. She's getting older, and she has some health issues. And she's a little bit frustrated because while she has her magazine, it hasn't quite gone the way she, you know, she's achieved her dream, but not quite. She wanted something a little different with her magazine, and you know, she hasn't quite been able to find the niche that she wanted it to have. And Jocelyn here probably came in as an intern, and the thing is Jocelyn wasn't necessarily wanting to go work for a fashion magazine or any of that, but you know, she probably wanted to be like some other kind of journalist, you know, more news driven, or maybe a writer, do something else, or maybe she was majoring in something else and minoring in journalism, but through doing her intern here at internship, you know, she was very good at what she was doing. And at some point, Beatrice offered her a job and not just an internship. And then there was somebody else was like the deputy editor-in-chief or the managing editor. Again, I looked this stuff up earlier today, trying to figure out what I was supposed to call her as the second in command. And it was like, it could have been either of those two things, you know, like looking at like Indeed or these other sites that Google, you know, gave me results for. And the job responsibilities are a little different. And it's like there are two separate categories, but doing similar things. And I was like, let's just have it be that she was one of the two, and there was somebody else that was being all high and mighty and at some point kept rubbing Beatrice the wrong way, to the point where Beatrice got fed up with that person, you know, their snobbish behavior or whatever it was, and just said, you know what, here's the door, get out, and just said to Jocelyn, you know what, I'm going to give you both titles and give you more money. You just do what you've already been doing, because she's already somehow Jocelyn's been, like I said, she's the right-hand woman. She, jack of all trades, and, you know, she gets the job done. And she might be in her early 20s, but she's getting the job done. And the thing is, you know, Beatrice worries that some of these others, maybe it could have rubbed them the wrong way, that they didn't get a promotion. She's hopeful that they're okay with it, but, you know, especially her longtime friend Dana here, you know, Dana might have wanted a promotion, but I apologize if I spin the camera and all that too much. I tend to do that sometimes, but, or, you know, zooming in and out like that. I apologize, but it's going to happen. I can't control myself. It happens. But you know, I like that element. And the thing is, I don't necessarily want to, like, have a spoiler already, but the thing is, if nobody's seen it yet, Beatrice is wearing a wig. She's had health issues that she's not telling anybody about. So this takes place around, I'd say around 2008 going into 2009. What I think I want to do is, like, they're just going through the motions and doing their thing and publishing the magazine. And it's around this time when Beatrice starts having her health issues. It's some sort of cancer. And it's some sort of cancer where she's going to end up losing her hair. I'm not planning on having her die from it. But it's going to cause her to kind of step back and retire early. And so she's going through not only that crisis or, you know, issue. I don't know if she's going to retire early or not, but right now she might think she's going to. It's struggling right now because a lot of magazines were struggling around that time, and, you know, and then you get the 2009, you know, market crash and all that, and I'm sure prices for all kinds of things skyrocketed. I know coffee went up like crazy back then. So I'm thinking, you know, there was probably some sort of, you know, like the cost of the magazine paper went up, the ink, you know, she was already having issues, and now that kind of stuff is like, you know, she's like on the phone with the suppliers and all that, and they're like, you know, they're not able to give her, you know, the prices are all going up, and it's you know, she's trying to, you know, negotiate things and try to keep the magazine afloat, but she's having a hard time with that. You know, and then there's like advertisers and things. She's got to keep, you know, keep the advertisers. But at the same time, she's torn because, as I mentioned before, she has a good magazine the way it is, And she's got loyal readers, and the subscriptions, are what they are. But her magazine's not quite what she wanted it to be. And she's not sure if she should change it or not, and risk losing those loyal readers. But at the same time, if she doesn't change, maybe the sales will keep falling anyway, and she'll have to fold. But then here comes this health issue, and now she's got to not only worry about the magazine somehow surviving, but will it survive without her? If she has to retire, or worse. I mean, again, I'm not planning on having her die, but she's going to, like anybody with cancer, you're going to be worried about that. And, she's going to put on a brave face, and she's going to, be gone for, going on, vacations and such, and nobody's going to know, kind of like Roosevelt did. He'd go on them health retreats to Warm Springs, and, people didn't necessarily know he was sick so it's like, she'll trust that, Jocelyn and the crew can keep the magazine going while she goes to have her treatments. But, then she'll come back, and it's probably when she comes back, that's when it really, that's like around 2009 when all the struggling things started happening, and that's when she's going to feel the crunch. It's like, she's going to be almost getting over, she's going to be almost in remission, but still worn down, and wanting to step back. And can Jocelyn take over? Does Jocelyn want the job? Is this crew going to stick around and see through either the status quo or any changes that the magazine goes through? Will her publisher, keep the magazine around? Will the publisher decide to, kind of like you've got, you had Condé Nast and Hearst that had a bunch of these magazines, in their portfolio or whatever you want to call it, so it's like, she might have a magazine, but it's under the banner of somebody else, and it's like, they can pull the rug out from underneath her. So she's got to struggle with that. She's got to make them happy, or else they ain't going to keep things going. But for the most part, as I'm starting this out, I need to get them all writing, on computers. You got to go through the writing thing and, write children's books. Well, I might be giving these children's books, other article names and such, just so I have them writing something. But, while I'm thinking of it, I need to look and see if there is an item that might have been, it might have been the, in debug mode thing. The spa has a magazine that you can put on a table and they can pick it up. Now when they open it up, they it kind of it looks more like they're reading a book. That might have been, it's probably under the debug mode thing. or only on community lots. But yeah, all right. So we don't have that. Not on this lot, anyway. Okay. So, what do I want to do now? I want to remove some of the clutter from some of these rooms real quick. Is it up here? Yeah, let's fix this room real quick. Let's put one of these over here. Let's get these whatchamacallits into somebody's inventory. I don't know if I need all this or not, but I want, since she's my photographer, I'm going to have her test them out, see what I can do with them. Okay. Do we want this in this room, or let's put that in, let's put that in here for now. If I can. All right. Well, let's get some of this other stuff out of the way then. Okay, here's the other gizmo. What is she able to do with that one? Oh, that's just a tripod? Okay. Cool. All right. Oh, okay, we just weren't, yeah, let's put this back here. Does that make sense? We to have this in the photography room. Maybe while we're at it, we'll put in one of the vanity tables. Decorations, mirrors. And in case somebody wants to do their own makeup, you know. Or in case there's gameplay elements that are with this table that are not with that. You know, that too. Do you want... What do we have? Do you want this just to be an art room? Like a drafting room, or I don't know. Let's get all the easels in here though, so I can figure out which one I like better. Is there another one? Yeah, here's the other one. Okay, where's the page down button? Okay, the problem is, my page up and page down buttons are also, unless, okay, if I use the number pad one, I can do this. Alright. Because otherwise they're on my arrow keys. I'm like, okay. Alright. Okay, let's leave this alone for now. I'm okay with this. Do you want to put a little dark room in here or something? No, the dark room, I would put the dark room in the basement. Speaking of basement, I want... Okay, I want to redo these bathrooms. I don't... First of all, let's get rid of the public thing. This is a very fancy place. We're not doing that. I mean, I like the pink ones, but, you know, that's besides the point. Whew, I'm gonna fall asleep watching this. Okay, we don't need to watch us build the bathroom. What I want all the time, and it just gets annoying. Like, that doesn't quite match. That's too much. I want the one that matches this. No. You want... No. Let's just go with that. No, I don't like that. Okay.
Zimzay? Blaine!
I do like the closet idea. That is cool. For me, anyway. So the door would be up here. Yeah. Let's think how much fun we're going to have when we finally actually get them in their offices and they're actually like writing. I am looking forward to that. Yeah. Are you going to be able to put any kind of window at all on them? I don't think so. I think this is going to be messed up. Yeah, because... I mean, it'd be kind of silly to have anybody looking into the closet. Yeah, I know. I like having the door on the angle. Yeah, I know, but maybe you can have the door on the angle for the ones across the way here. And the reason I like having that there is because I don't want the door going right into these doors here. Yeah, I know. You know, I have an idea for you. What? How about you put the chair behind the desk or behind the table before you try figuring all this out? Are we doing that kind or are we doing the other kind? I do like that. Save it right now. We need to type something in this chat. Yeah, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I don't have it on... I don't have it on my Streamlabs cloud commands yet, but we started off, the playlist has, the first video is me doing a build episode where I was rebuilding this train case building. I originally built this building in The Sims 3. And it is, if you go to the gallery on Sims 3 and look up Purple Bubba, it's still on there. Somebody actually wants to download. Alright, let's get back to today. So I don't end up falling asleep if I can help it. So I don't know who this is. It might have been somebody that I made while starting out the other ones and just went ahead and slapped the name on it. Alright, let's get some headphones on my head here. Bear with me, folks. Okay, so well, I don't know who she is, but she's in there now. Whisper like icicles and paper shells. Take me this way. Alright, I just need some extra Sims, that's all. Alright, I don't remember who these were supposed to be. We're just gonna... We're gonna invite them to join the series. Okay, there's Chantal. Alright, well, I'm going to add these two somewhere. Oh yes, my child social services worker from the Stu Spudman series, Ms. Broom Upperus. We don't need her in this series, though, because Sydney's already been approved by Case Decider here. We've already added her. And that's my, he was a veterinarian from World Without You. Tiffany's grandmother worked for him. Shadow, take me down. Shadow, take me down with you. Last time, for the last time, for the last time. For the last time. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna die, and I might die too. Yeah. They were sacrificial. I needed to film a scene for something that I haven't shown yet. So, yeah. For World Without You. Let's see. You were a like a wedding planner or the officiant. She's the one that handled when Debbie married her former brother-in-law. You know, she ended up marrying Uncle Donald. Okay, I might have borrowed her. I don't know. I either made some random Sims and just had her, or I mean, it says that I created them, so anyway. Well, she's a writer, so we're placing her. She can go... Let's place her in this house for now. I think she might have been from... Was that from my PB Sims story? Yeah. She was going to be from the PB Sims story about, It's, PB Sims was going to be truck driving meets The Last Starfighter. And what was going to happen is PB Sims, when he was younger, got accused of hacking into the computer files of the pharmacy store Eddie's from American Truck Simulator, and stealing documents and whatnot. When in reality, he didn't do that. He didn't hack into it. Somebody had left the documents next to a dumpster, and he just happened to live next to, in the apartments next to the thing. And he was just walking around outside and stumbled across them papers. And those documents had, the passwords and everything on them to just go on. If you just went on the website on a piece of paper and put in the passwords, you're in. But kind of like War Games or something, he got accused of it, of hacking, and had, juvenile issues, and, now, after that, he kind of became good at computers and hacking and whatnot, but he wasn't meaning to be a hacker. When he gets older, around the year 2016, when American Truck Simulator came out, there was, in the store, in the game, there's a store called Walbert, which everybody assumes is like Walmart. Well, in the story that I made, there's a mob boss who is secretly controlling or has the CEO guy under his thumb. And implanted in some of the copies of American Truck Simulator is hacking technology and tracking, and the ones that are being sold at Walbert And what's going to happen is they're trying to look for truck drivers because they've been so strict with their drivers because he's a mob boss, got strict and dangerous and whatnot, and force them to run with without sleeping, and some of them are like getting into crashes and not wanting to work for them anymore. But they need drivers, and nobody's putting in applications and whatnot. So they're going to use this video game to track who's playing the game and who's good at it to see if they want to drive trucks for real. And that's where the whole, The Last Starfighter thing comes in. They're going to find out that this PB Sims kid is, okay at driving a truck in the game. And they're going to kind of blackmail him into driving for him. His father and mother were both truck drivers, but his father ended up dying while driving a truck, and his mother quit driving trucks immediately after that and swore off driving trucks ever again, and didn't want PB to drive trucks either. It's like she forbid him to drive trucks at all. It's like, I don't want you dying like your father. Oh, I see when I wrote Be Right Back earlier in the chat, I didn't do it right. Yeah, serves me right. Anyway, so that was the gist of the story, is that he was going to get conned into driving trucks, and the mob boss's sister is a hacker that puts all this stuff into the game and all that. And well, they were going to not only con him into driving the trucks, but there was going to be trackers and things in the truck and in his smartphones and all that. It's like there's no way he was going to be able to tell anybody that the mob or the union is in cahoots with the mob, and and that he's being forced to drive these trucks, and he was going to have to try to find help some way. I think what I was going to do was, I think Houghton here, some sort of writer, was going to be working on some sort of story and somehow get in contact with him. You know that you're not in the story yet, right? I'm aware of that. Yeah, well, how come you don't have a character? I'm aware of that. Okay, but why don't you have a character? Because it's not supposed to be about me. Alright, well, what do I want to do now? I don't know. First of all, I want to make sure I'm not falling asleep. Yeah? Yeah. What? I don't know how the hell that happens, since unless somehow it's custom content, because I have every pack. Oh, now the game went bye-bye. I mean, I don't know how that happens when I don't have any mods. As far as I know, I didn't download any custom content. Unless it's some sort of something that was in somebody else's lot or a room that I did, but anything else that they're talking about, yeah, they better not be taken away from me, because I own every frickin' pack. So does that mean I did not add in any of them people? That might be what that's saying. Gotta love it. Well, I don't get that. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? Since you're gonna crash me anyway. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, though. How did you play that for 5,000 hours? I don't know. I mean, every pack says it's in my library. So, well, while we're waiting on that, we'll do a little bit more of this stuff. Or at least as of within the past week, I looked on there and it was still there. So yeah. It's not quite the same as this, but it's very similar. I mean, I pretty much was copying that building to make this one as much as I could. And let's just say I'm happy with both versions, new and old. Especially since I'm still playing. I might still be doing a lot of building right now, but hey, I mean, I'm not a speed builder, so we're never gonna have that. But my aim right now is to whether I'm doing a lot of talking for the story or actually playing or not, I want to keep this series going. I want to come up with ideas. I'd love to actually, at the very least, for each issue, make a cover. Now that I know I can make a cover, I would like to at least make a cover. And I want to get really creative with this and see what I can do. I mean, taking that picture earlier with the let me see, did that actually save? You know, trying to take a picture of her her nails, you know, things like that. Okay, well, I did get that picture earlier, but it's very, like, it's screwed up. It's a bright version, so, but I know I can do it, so that's what's important. Yeah, sometimes when I take these pictures, when I go look at the screenshots, they're like I don't know, overexposed or whatever you want to call it. They're really bright. I just recently realized I think that's part of the gameplay when you don't have photography experience. The photographs mess up. Sometimes there's a gnome in them. You want to put anything in here? I don't know yet. I'm sure there's a lot of options that I could put in here. I think I want to just, for now, stick with, we've established that those are the offices, right? Yeah. Do you want to maybe have, and let's get one of these, get a couple of these chairs. So that in case somebody comes in to talk in the office, each office has a chair or two. Now, do you want to use it like this? Or do you want to... maybe just give them a little, like, a consultation type thing. You know, where they just sit and chat. They don't necessarily have to be sitting, you know. Or perhaps, you know, instead of having lobby areas, if let's say somebody was out of their office, you could have somebody wait in there. I don't know. You know, things are not necessarily done the same here at Beauty. You know, they're trying to think outside the train case at times. That train case. Yeah. You gotta think outside of it sometimes. Alright. Copy this. Yeah. Bring it down here. And copy this one. So you now have 6 offices. And then you've got the executive over here. Um, you got a, well, that's the drafting room. Do you want to put the conference room down here, or? Well, what I want Jocelyn to have her office over here because I think it'd be important to have the number 2 near the boss. Because it just makes sense to me that she would be near the boss. But this is the boss's office. She's got 2 desks. One for doing stuff and one to have her laptop on. Oh, hey, look at that. If I eyedropper it, it lets me take one. Oh, it didn't. Okay, never mind. Cheapskates. What about... Yeah. You're so clever sometimes. Well, I mean, that's what you do when you download a room from the gallery to get stuff. Yeah, that's how I do it. Oh, you want to get all the paintings unlocked? Oh, you want to... Well, you get them from the gallery, and somebody's got a room with all the plants or all the paintings. You just get one. I mean, I still like the other table, but we'll see what we do with these. Alright, time out. That was close. Let's see if we can get the game to work. Here, let's see what happens when I go in here. Okay, it's not popping up that message when we're here. Well, I don't know what they are, but fine. Be that way. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because I don't have any mods or custom content that I'm aware of. Well, alright, let's at least... Because I wanted to... I was going to check in with those two anyway, so... So let's go get Miss Houghton. Because she's a writer. We definitely want all my writing sims. And then Cheyenne Coffee, whoever that's supposed to be. Alright, let's go back here. Let's go in here.
No more shame.
Alright, while I don't have to necessarily go yet, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here, because, I should probably try to let myself get an extra hour of sleep or so. So yeah. Since I'm obviously having a hard time staying awake right now anyway, as usual. Oh yeah. Well, thank you to those who were watching today, or if whether you're watching today or in the future, or hello and thank you, and thank you to anybody who left any likes, and hope everybody has a good night and a good day. And I hope to see you all in the next one, whichever one your next one is. Until then, bye-bye for now.